Cek cek. Itu cek cek. Um, Sorry, sir. We're still waiting for other participants and also other keynote speakers. And um, to the moderator, for your information, our first keynote speaker is already joining this meeting.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Yaya. Hello, good morning,
Yes,
moderator.
um, yes, sir. Moderator.
tidak ada yang problem di situ. Saya sudah lihat semua. Tes. Ya.
Yes, yes. Bisa.
Kedengaran Ji?
Yeah. I can hear you. Good.
Kemarin itu begini, kenapa? Prof dia tidak ada yang ngerti. Oh, dari Prof Nurdia. Prof Nurdia ya? Ya. Halo. Tes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Yes, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, that's fine. Ya.
Yes, sir.
Oke, that's fine. Ya, bisa langsung dimulai ini kan sudah lewat. Ya.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear.
Okay.
All good.
I'm waiting for the protocol to start.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum Pak Pustiwan. Hello. It's good to see you again. Assalamualaikum Pak Pustiwan.
Waalaikumsalam Pak Andi. Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, it's good to see you again here.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
You are now in Jakarta.
Iya.
Yeah. Good for Uin Syarif Hidayatullah.
Yeah. I hope
Yeah,
so.
to have a lecturer like you.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning. Pak Abidin, alhamdulillah.
Oke, selamat
How are you, sir?
pagi Andi Kaharudin.
Alhamdulillah.
Ya,
How are you, sir?
selamat pagi Pak Kustiawan Syarif.
Selamat pagi, Bapak.
Ya, apa ada kolega di Syarif Hidayatullah namanya Pak Alex ya, Dr. Alex? Ada Pak?
Oh iya, beliau sangat dekat, kolega saya yang cukup dekat.
Oh iya, salam sama beliau dari Pak
Baik,
Abidin
baik,
ya.
baik,
Ya.
baik. Insyaallah. Insyaallah akan disampaikan.
Bagaimana panitia? Mana protokol? Apakah bisa kita mulai?
I think we could start it right now, and the moderator can open this session, please. Tabe Pak Abidin.
Ya. Ya.
Hari ini tidak ada ininya, Sir. MC-nya, jadi langsung dibuka oleh moderator, Sir.
Oke, terima kasih. Oke, bisa mulai sekarang ya.
untuk melanjutkan kemarin. Jadi kita yang langsung buka, Sir.
Oke. Tapi masih ada gangguan ini, Adik. Masih ada suara yang ini, yang distracting voice outside there. Ya. Oke. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good morning.
Morning.
First of all, allow me to extend my thankfulness to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the mercy, health, opportunity, so that we are now able to be in this webinar for the second day of the annual seminar of ASELS. Allow me first of all to extend my thanks to the three keynote speakers who are now with us. First of all, welcome to Kustiawan Sarip, SAG, MA, PhD. Good morning, Pak Kustiawan.
Good morning, Pak. Thank you.
Yeah, the second keynote speaker is Dr. Andi Kaharudin, SIP, MHUM. Good morning, Pak Kahar. And the third keynote speaker, Dr. Harlina Sahib, MHUM. According to the list with me, endorsed by the committee, the first keynote speaker will be Kustiawan Sarip, SAG, MA, PhD. The second is Dr. Andi Kaharudin, and the third, Dr. Harlina Sahib. This is the sequence of order or order of the speaker. We would like to follow this sequence. Good morning, steering committee, participants. Before I let Kustiawan Sarip to address his speech, allow me to announce. First of all, today, especially in the closing ceremony, the committee will be able to award 3 books for the 3 best questioning person during the seminar. This book is from Dr. Andi Kaharudin. So Dr. Andi Kaharudin will award 3 books for the 3 person today. The announcement for the awardee will be performed during the closing ceremony. Before I allow the first keynote speaker, Kustiawan Sarip, I would like to briefly announce or address the brief CV. Kustiawan Sarip is a senior lecturer of the Department of English Education of the Faculty of Tarbiyah Education Sciences at UIN Sarip Hidayatullah, Jakarta. He completed his bachelor's degree in Arabic education from EIN Sarip Hidayatullah, Jakarta, and received his master's degree in applied linguistics from the University of Queensland, Australia, on Australian Development Scholarship. He earned his PhD, or he gained his PhD in curriculum and instruction from the University of Kansas, USA, on Fulbright Scholarship. He spent more than 2 decades of his teaching career at UIN Alauddin Makassar before he returned to his alma mater UIN Sarip Hidayatullah, Jakarta in June 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so pleased to listen to Bapak Kustiawan Sarip for his upcoming speech. I would like to let Pak Kustiawan Sarip, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abidin, for a very nice introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to the Faculty of Cultural Science, and especially the study program of English Education, Hasanuddin University. It's really an honor and privilege for me to be here at this forum. And yeah, allow me also to say hello, Pak Jaharuddin, again.
Yeah,
Okay,
hello, sir.
nice to see you again here.
It's
And
good
Pak
to see you too.
Moderator, good morning, Pak Moderator, and everybody
Good
here,
morning. Yeah.
especially to my colleagues. Okay, so they were my students actually, but now they're my colleagues. I see Yaya and Sharpaini and also Umu. Okay, and they were my students, and indeed they were among the best students that I ever worked with when I worked for UIN. And this is the topic of the presentation that I'm going to make today. So English as a foreign language education in Indonesia, a critical look at language policy and curriculum and classroom challenges. And this is the outline or the plan for my presentation. First, I am going to talk a little bit about the global role of English and then the role of English in Indonesia. And then I am going to analyze a little bit the issue of language policy and the practice of language policy in Indonesia more specifically, and also in Asian countries as well, related to English as a foreign language. And finally, I will be highlighting some classroom challenges related to the status of English as a foreign language in Indonesia. So yeah, that's basically the plan for my presentation in the next uh, 30 minutes or so. I believe I will be um, completing my presentation in less than 30 minutes. And these are two main questions that I'm going to try to answer. So it's kind of guiding questions to frame my whole presentation for today. So the first one is, so what is the current language policy of Indonesia regarding English as a foreign language in Indonesian education system? So this is all about language policy and the current state of this language policy, especially related to the status of English as a foreign language in our education system. And the second question is, what should we do with the current status of English as a foreign language in Indonesia, given its critical role in the global arena and the local demands to accelerate economic growth, scientific as well as technological advancement? So I am going to show you some issues with the existing language policy, and then what can we do to address uh, those issues. All right. Next, this is about the global role of English. Okay, this is happening at the moment. Globalization is, I think you are all aware that globalization always involves the mobility of people, goods, and information across national boundaries, meaning the movement of people, goods, and information, and sometimes without us being aware of what's going on. Okay? And the second important point related to globalization is this, that English, I think, has been the preferred currency, okay, quote unquote. So this is the phrase from Nino Murcia, the preferred currency for current global relations and transactions, meaning that it is almost impossible for us to do or to get involved in current global relations or global transactions, economically, socially, and culturally as well, without having this preferred currency, which is English. So English is really important because it is currently the preferred currency for all global relation and transactions as well. And also English has, at the moment, English has what Crystal calls the spatial status. So in what captures outer circle of English as a second language, and in the expanding circle of English as primary foreign language. I'm going to get back to this idea of cultures, concentric circles of the spread of English in just a second. Okay, but uh, very briefly, that English at the moment has this spatial status, according to Crystal, being the second official language in so many countries, and also being the first primary foreign language for other countries of the world. Okay? And this is very relevant to us that English has been the official language of Asian countries. Okay, so English is supposed to be spoken by the member states of this organization when they hold events, for example. Now, let me come back to this idea of global spread of English. I think maybe some of you are familiar with this. So the global spread of English to all over the world, okay, can be mapped out in these three concentric circles. So the first one is inner circle. So this is the English-speaking countries, including USA, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. So these are the norm providing countries according to Culture 1992. Okay, so they provide norms related to English use. And then we have this, what it's called the outer circle. Okay, and this actually includes all the countries that were colonies of Great Britain or UK and USA or USA. Okay, so for example, Singapore, Philippines, India, and so on and so forth. And in here, English serves as a second language. Okay. And then we have this the expanding circle. So these are all countries that has decided or that have decided to make English as the preferred foreign language to be taught in schools and universities as well. But these countries were not former colonies of USA or UK. Okay? So English basically has spread to these expanding circle countries through what I explained earlier, globalization processes because of international trades, international transactions, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is very much how English has spread across the world. Okay, uh, in or based on uh, Kachru's concentric model. Okay. Of course, there have been some criticism uh, against this model, but this this is still the not the best, but maybe the most applicable model to explain how English has spread from the English-speaking countries to other countries in the world, okay, both in the outer circle, countries that have historical relations in terms of colonialism, and the expanding circle, okay, because of the uh, increasing intense and the deepening process of globalization, then English has also reached these expanding circle countries, including countries in Europe as well. All right, so narrowing down to our ASEAN country or ASEAN region again, so as we can see here, in the outer circle here in our region, um, Southeast Asian nation here, the Association of Southeast Asian Nation. We have Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, and the Philippines. So in the outer circle, meaning that English here in these regions is a second language, meaning it is part of the school curriculum, so taught in school and universities as well. And it is also a medium of instruction, except in Malaysia. I guess it has changed since the last couple of decades. But in the expanding circle, as you can see here, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia, English is a foreign language here. So it is part of school curriculum, but it is not used as a medium of instruction, meaning it's not used in communication between students and teachers in the school context. Okay, so it is part of school curriculum. So it is taught in schools and universities as well, but the language of instruction is still the national language or perhaps the vernacular language of that particular region. Okay, so very important to note here that as a second language, not only part of the school curriculum, but it is also used or as a medium of instruction in the educational context and actually also used in social interactions as well. Okay, so a great extent of English use in the context of English as a second language, but not so much in terms of English as a foreign language. All right, and moving on. So this is language policy in this region, okay, in this Southeast Asian nation here. As you can see, um, I include all the countries here. For example, Malaysia, yes, it is part of the school curriculum in Malaysia and it is a second language. But, okay, I think after maybe a few years after independence, so the medium of instruction in Malaysia got back to the Malay language again. Yes, before that, especially before independence, um, English used to be the language of instruction or medium of instruction in the educational processes in Malaysia. But right from early 80s, or no, from the 1950s, I believe, the policy has changed that the medium of instruction is back to the Malay language again. And this is the starting age of learning English. So starting from the primary school. Singapore, as you can see here, very interesting because this country has the bilingual policy, meaning that English and the other three languages, the Chinese and Tamil, and one more language there. So there are four co-official languages in Singapore, including English. But they and Malay as well, the Malay language as well in Singapore. Okay, so very interesting because English is not only learned in schools but also used in day-to-day interaction. So this is what it's called bilingual policy, meaning that English and Malay language are together used and acquired by the children in Singapore. And next, this is the Philippines. Okay, so it is part of school curriculum, and also it is part of the medium of instruction in the educational context in Philippines. And as you can see here, so starting from primary school, grade 1, so it's around age 6 or 7. And Brunei, again, starting from primary school, age about 6 and 7. And how about Indonesia? Okay, very interesting. Yes, it is part of school curriculum, but it is not a medium of instruction, meaning it's not used as a means of communication in schools or universities. And children start learning English um, from secondary level, more specifically from junior high. Okay. Yes, I think English can be taught at primary schools starting from grade 4, but that's optional, meaning it's okay if you're not teaching English at the primary school level. Okay. And Thailand, remember we are talking about so from here, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, and Brunei, so we are talking about the outer circle, or English as a second language. But here, right here, down here, so we are talking about English as a foreign language. And as you can see here, so not in almost all of these countries, yes, in all of these countries, English is not a medium of instruction. It's not used. English is not. Yes, English is taught and learned in schools and universities, but again, it's not used as a medium of instruction. And you can see some differences in terms of at what age in what age are children supposed to be learning English at that a particular school. Okay, some like Vietnam and Laos, starting from primary school, grade 3, um, Myanmar and Cambodia from primary school, but not very clear from what grade. Okay, so students start learning English in Myanmar and Cambodia. But this is very interesting that Indonesia, okay, as you can see here, not very progressive in terms of language policy. Okay, so it's like that our country is in the conservative state, meaning very cautious, okay, in terms of language policy. So not to teach or not to require primary schools to teach English, but still optional. Okay. Yes, English is the compulsory school subject, but starting from secondary school or from junior high school. All right, moving on. As you can see here, now let's talk about the role of English, excuse me, in Indonesia more specifically. Okay, I already talked about that topic a little bit earlier, but now let's unpack a little bit more related to this topic. Okay, so right after independence, remember English was viewed as a language of prestige and power. So this is very interesting from Nababan. Like, this is quite an old statement, but very much still relevant today. Okay, so it seems like that when people use English, for example, on social media, so they project themselves like I am well educated. Okay, so English is a social marker of well educatedness. Okay, and I think it continues until now. And the extensive and the intensity of social media use, I think we can observe how people feel really proud of themselves when, for example, they uh, code mix, okay, English and Bahasa, for example. Okay, so why? Because like Nababan says here that English has been viewed as a language of prestige and power. Okay, next, English as first foreign language and compulsory school subject. Okay, I think I've been talking about this. See here, the 1989 law on national education system. So English is the first foreign language and compulsory school subject again from starting from junior high. Okay. And this policy still continues and slightly, only very slightly, has changed. Here, um, in 2003 law on national education system. So it is said there that foreign language can be used as medium of instruction. Okay, so this is something quite positive, meaning, all right then, so English or maybe Arabic or maybe French can be used in certain programs of educational context, could be in schools or universities. Okay, so it's already there. Okay, so English and other foreign languages can be used as medium of instruction. How about in reality? Well, only perhaps only in those English students or students from English departments, maybe from English education or English literature departments. So they can and they are accustomed to speaking English in their study programs. But how about students from other departments or other study programs? I'm not sure. Okay, so still a challenge here in terms of implementing this policy. How are we going to do this at the practice or implementation level? Next, this is really important to note. Remember that why English has been the uh, primary foreign language to be taught and to be learned in schools and universities in Indonesia, because English is expected to serve this, to serve national development needs or national development objectives. So it is really expected that English can help accelerate economic growth, okay, scientific advancements, and also technological progress. And this is because English is really needed, okay? If we really want to have or to show that global competitiveness. Okay? So global competitiveness is almost impossible to achieve without being competent in English. Okay? So that's why. So from the very beginning, that English has been uh, taught and learned in our context to serve national development needs, especially these three: economic growth, scientific advancements, and technological progress. Okay. And also, globalization processes have really intensified and deepened the use of English all over the world, especially the digital revolution 4.0 is indeed accelerated the extensive and intensive use of English everywhere, every in every part of the world. Okay, and this again strengthens the spatial status of English um, that that is already um, identified by Crystal. All right. So that's the role of English in Indonesia. It is a foreign language. Okay, like I said, so if it is foreign language, then it is taught and it is learned in school, but not spoken in day-to-day interactions, not even used as a medium of instruction in schools or universities. Okay, I mean generally. So that's a little bit about the role of English in Indonesia related to um, uh, the status of English as a foreign language in our country. Next, so again, language policy, it's all about how languages are learned or used. For example, English as a foreign language. So we have limitations in terms of how English can be used when and in what situation. Okay, the same is also true when, for example, we are going to adopt that English is our additional language or our second official language, for example. Right. So is it, to me personally, I guess I can say that our language policy is a little bit ambivalent, meaning English is really expected, really very much, okay, to help accelerate economic growth, scientific and technological advancements. But in terms of how English is learned and spoken in this community, in our daily interaction, so limited. Okay, so it's kind of a little bit contradicting. Okay, so the policy isn't the best fit with uh, the uh, the efforts or the endeavors to promote the the best of the maximum acquisition of English skills in our country. Okay, so policy context. In our context, again, English is just a foreign language. Okay, yes, it should be taught with so much expectation related to how it can help economic growth and so on and so forth. But again, okay, exposure is really limited. Access to good language input is really limited because we have limited opportunities to use English in our daily basis, or at least as a medium of instruction in school or universities. See here. So this is a very interesting data. Okay. So Singapore 50% of its population are competent users of English. The Philippines, 48% of them are really proficient in English. Malaysia, 32%. How about Indonesia? Only 5% of Indonesians are proficient users of English. And according to Kirkpatrick, this has something to do with the status of English as a foreign language. Because again, limited learning opportunities, limited exposure to language use, and so on and so forth. So, no doubt, then Indonesia, okay, so this is, I think, from 2008, only 5% of Indonesian population are competent users of English. Okay, so because of that, then we have and we do face these classroom challenges. For example, proficiency issue. Proficiency has been always an issue when we're going to implement curriculum initiatives, for example, competency-based curriculum and school-based curriculum. So proficiency, we lack proficient English teachers. And because of that, we cannot produce best English learners in schools and universities as well. Again, so limited opportunities and then requiring more time, more effort, more instructional time, more teaching preparation because of lack of extensive and intensive practice. Okay, so in conclusion, with regard to English as a foreign language in the Indonesian education system, I would say that our language policy shows a rather ambivalent landscape. Okay? And the second conclusion, due to the significant role of English in the global arena and the local demands to accelerate economic growth and scientific as well as technological advancements, the status of English in Indonesia needs upgrading. How? Well, that's another topic, maybe for another seminar. Okay. But remember, should be with a clear and strict language policy, meaning it should be clear about when and in what situations English is supposed to be used or spoken. For example, as a medium of instruction. All right, so that very much concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. And I think we can continue in our Q&A session later. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And back to you again, Pak.
Okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Pak Kustiawan Sarif. The speaker is exactly on time. It's very good. Yeah. Okay. Before I let the second keynote speaker, allow me to very briefly outline or highlight the speech. Kustiawan Sarif just now addressed the role and function of English within the 3 cycles, and also the status of English in Indonesia. What has not been revealed, I suppose, but can be questioned later on, is prediction in the future. Whether is it possible for the status of English in Indonesia as a foreign language to become ESL, just like in Malaysia? And I hope one of the participants may question this later on. Okay, thank you very much. The good and remarkable presentation.
Thank you.
Second keynote speaker is Dr. Andi Kaharudin, SIP. First of all, allow me to briefly as well read the curriculum vitae. Some of the curriculum vitae is very long. I would like to highlight only some of them. First of all, Dr. Andi Kaharudin currently is a teacher or a teaching staff at Universitas Islamic State University, Makassar. He also teaches at postgraduate programs in Hasanuddin University and postgraduate program in English language education, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Makassar. Professional organization. Dr. Kaharudin has been reviewer of many Scopus Index journals, like reviewer at European Journal of Educational Research, Scopus Index Journals, Quartile 3, Hanover, USA. He is also reviewer at Journal Ilmu Budaya, Faculty of Cultural Sciences, Hasanuddin University. Individual member of European Center for Research and Training and Development. Journal reviewer of International Journal of English Language Education, Macrotings Institute, Nevada. And also journal reviewer of Eternal English Teaching, English and Research Journals, English Education Department of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. He has been keynote speakers in many of the conferences conducted in Indonesia and abroad. 2 of them conducted in Thailand and Japan. Next, he has many publications. The first publication is Academic Journals of Interdisciplinary Studies, Italy 2020, International Journals of Emerging Technology in Language in Teaching, Germany 2020, International Journals of Psychosocial Rehabilitation, United Kingdom, 2020. International Journals of Advanced Sciences and Technology, Australia. Humanities and Social Sciences Reviews, India, 2020. The Journal of Talent Development and Excellence, Saudi Arabia, 2020. International Journals Option, Venezuela, 2020. International Journals Option, Venezuela, 2019. And International Journals, the Turkish Online Journals of Design, Art and Communication, Turkey, 2017. Last, allow me to mention books already written. The first book is Introduction to Linguistics, Understanding the Basic Theory, published 2019 in Yogyakarta. Discourse Analysis for English Language Teaching, Lambert Academic Publishing, Saarbrücken, Germany, 2019. English Phonetics for Indonesian Learners of English, published in Yogyakarta, 2018. Syllabus Design for English Language Teaching, published in 2018. The Essential of Discourse Analysis for English Language Teaching, published in Yogyakarta, 2017. Syllabus Design for English Language Teaching, published in Yogyakarta, 2015. The Art of Developing Speaking as a Performance, Promoting Formal Uses of Public Speaking Skills in English for Making Speeches and Oral Presentation, published in Yogyakarta, 2015. Next, Transactional Speaking, a guide to improve transactional exchange skills in English for group discussion, published by Gunadarma Press, 2014. Interactional Speaking, a guide to enhance natural conversation skill English, published in 2013 in Yogyakarta. Next, the Communicative Competent-Based English Language Teaching, published in Yogyakarta, 2018. And the last, the Communicative Grammar Translation Method, an integrated method of CLT and GT for teaching English communicatively and accurately, pressed by Transmedia Press, Yogyakarta, 2018. So, Dr. Andi Kaharudin has published lots of journals and also has written numerous books in relation to language teaching. Okay, it is time to allow Dr. Andi Kaharudin to address his speech. Time is yours.
Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahilladzi anzala sakinah fi qulubil mu'minin liyazdadu imanan ma'a imanihim. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. So first of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for the team of this event for having me involved in this event. And I would like to also say thank you very much for the floor who have taken their time to attend this interesting and fruitful event. So I am invited here to talk about a topic, and this topic is entitled, first of all, I would like to share my screen. Okay. Okay, so let me check. Can you clearly see the screen that I just shared?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to talk about, let's say this is a conceptual analysis, okay, regarding our idea okay, as a contribution for curriculum and instructional development. So the title is The Idol, an opportunity for improving English curriculum and instructional materials during or post COVID-19 pandemic. So before I start talking more about this topic, I would like to give you 3 minutes to watch a video concerning the education situation, okay, all over the world during the pandemic. So this video takes about 3 minutes.
Across the world, schools have been closed for weeks and even months on end. Making matters worse, no one actually knows for sure when they'll be able to reopen, as the coronavirus pandemic shows no sign of abating anytime soon. With the South Korean government due to officially lay out how it plans to deal with the situation, we thought we'd take a look at how other education systems in countries hit hard by the pandemic are faring. Our Choi has this report.
With the COVID-19 pandemic taking over the world, schools around the globe are having to close their doors. In China, the new school semester has been postponed since the beginning of the year, calling on students to stay at home. As an alternative way of learning, the country's education ministry encouraged schools to use an online platform, launching a national internet cloud classroom for teachers and students to study at home. Outside of Asia, Italy, the worst hit country in Europe, has shut schools across the nation. But a school near Milan launched an e-learning class for students to follow their teachers' assignments at home. In France, students currently under national lockdown are unable to attend classes, while some are conducting them through a video web conferencing app called Zoom.
In general, we have exactly the same classes. What we have to do is to open an application called the Zoom, type in a code for each teacher, and attend the class normally.
In the United States, Jay Inslee, the governor for the state of Washington, recently ordered all public and private schools to close until April 24th. Students at the University of Washington are preparing to engage in online learning for the rest of the school year. By using software like Canvas, it enables college students to complete assignments, deliver presentations, and take quizzes. At the end of the week, they will receive feedback from their professors online. Seoul is also testing out online classes at 10 elementary, middle, and high schools in the city until this Friday. However, educators have concerns surrounding internet access and any weaknesses that the system may have compared to face-to-face learning. Seoul's education ministry is expected to make an announcement after this afternoon's meeting as to whether they will open online classes. 최원종, 아리랑 뉴스.
Right. Yeah. Sorry if the video does not work well. This is one of the advantages of having virtual seminar, because our situation in this seminar is much rely on the internet connection and also the device that we are using. Okay, so let me go on. So after watching the video, a question comes to our mind. Do you agree with saying that all sectors worldwide, including our education system, have been devastated or have been destroyed by the impact of COVID-19 pandemic? So these questions is addressed by a researcher named Cahaya Pei in 2020. I think we all agree. Why? I think this research report can be a plausible reasons for accepting the agreement to the questions. So all researchers conducted the study in 2000 and in 2020, and these researchers shared similar findings regarding the impact of COVID-19 on education. They agree that the impact of education, the impact of COVID-19 on education is the lockdown of schools and campuses. According to UNESCO report, there are 1.5 million of students are required to study at home in 165 countries all over the world because of the lockdown of schools and campuses. This is done to make people safe from the infected virus. Now the second is the shift of pedagogical practice. So in normal situation, we commonly run pedagogical practice in face-to-face in the classroom. So when the pandemic COVID-19 comes, so the pedagogical practice is shifted into online or virtual classroom. The second is the demand of technology adaptation. So in dealing with the online pedagogical practice, both teachers and students are demanded to adapt themselves with technology. So they want or not, students, teachers must not learn technology which have never been used by them earlier, maybe. And the fourth is the cancellations or even the deletions of examinations. So this research report has shown us that the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, have created interesting situation. The first is the restrictions in the choice of teaching materials and methods. So in the past, before the COVID-19 pandemic, teachers have prepared their materials and also implement their teaching method, which are specifically used for face-to-face classroom interaction. But when the coronavirus attacked the world, the teachers start encountering difficulties in presenting that materials in the classroom because they have to apply in a different context, that is a virtual classroom. And this has created restriction in the choice of teaching materials and method. The second one is less coverage of curriculum contents. So as we know that the pedagogical situation which is taking place during the pandemic is not covered, okay, by the normal curriculum at all. So that is why it is said that this pandemic has created less coverage of curriculum content. And the third, the impact is the lack of e-teaching resources which require technology skills. So teachers normally use printed materials in face-to-face classroom, making direct presentation by using PowerPoint. But when the pandemic attacked us, we have to use online learning system, and this system requires us to use electronic teaching resources, which of course needs technology skills. And the fourth, the impact has also created the students' lack of enthusiasm and discipline for learning. There are so many students, okay, are required to study at home, okay, with lack of teachers' control, and the situation makes them lack of discipline in following the instructions given by the teachers through online learning. So if that's the case, what do the impact tell us? So all I can say, that's the COVID-19 pandemic, okay, by referring to the impact that has been created by the pandemic, is that the crisis or the pandemic or the COVID-19 pandemic has provided us an opportunity for school to take decisions curriculum appropriateness in terms of goals, objectives, syllabus, lesson plans, pedagogical resources, and way of evaluations. Because the pedagogical situation during the pandemic is completely different in the normal situation. So I claim that this crisis has provided an opportunity for teachers, for schools, for universities to rethink the pre-existing curriculum and start thinking about making the appropriateness, okay, on the curriculum implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic. So when we agree with this proposal, the question is what things should be considered in taking the opportunity for improving the curriculum during this pandemic. So at least there are three things to be taken into account. So the first, the opportunity, for improving the curriculum should be done in all learning areas, including English learning, because the coronavirus does not only attack one or a single learning area, but it attacks all learning areas in an education system. The third, developing curriculum means here to revisit and to redesign the elements of the curriculum. For example, revisit the goals, revisit the contents or the syllabus, revisit the lesson plans used in the particular subject, okay, redesign the instructional materials and as well as the evaluation way. And the last, this is the most important thing that we need to consider, is revisiting the component of the curriculum needs to apply seminal curriculum models. So we may not revisit the components of the curriculum without sufficient knowledge of curriculum models. So there have been some curriculum models development, curriculum development models, okay, proposed by curriculum designers, practitioners, such as Prince model, which was introduced in 1993, Brown model introduced in 1995, Richards model introduced in 2001, PDR model introduced by me and Professor Abdul Hakim Yassi, 2014, and now the idle model, which is introduced in 2018. So I'm going to specifically talk about this model as an opportunity for developing the curriculum and instructional materials during and post-pandemic. So this presentation, okay, as I told you at the beginning of my talk, is actually about a conceptual analysis, which is aimed at convincing and persuading the floor or the audience who attend this seminar that our views are valid and acceptable about taking the opportunity for developing English language curriculum by using the idle model. So why do I claim that this talk is about a conceptual analysis? So I have 5 rational and theoretical reasons, okay, stated by Fleming in 2020. So these indicate the characteristic of conceptual analysis talk. The first, I have selected a topic for my talk, which is relevant to the recent situation. And you can see, okay, my topic. You can see my title. So I am talking about the proposal of using this model to develop curriculum during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are still in that situation. The second, I have conducted, okay, preliminary studies, preliminary research regarding the use of this model. So let me show you some. So in 2015, okay, with Professor Abdul Hakim Yassi, the title is Designing Communicative Competence-Based Syllabus for English Language Teaching. In 2015, Designing Communicative Competence-Based English Course on Initial Speaking Skill, Integrating Moral Characters to Develop English Language Teaching Materials for Transactional Speaking Skills. In 2016, Integrating Moral Values into English Language Teaching, okay, in 2017. And I also conducted a study, okay, with Rafika in 2019. The title is Using the IDLE Model to Develop the Teaching Materials of Writing for Academic Purpose. And the last is Using the IDLE Model to Develop Syllabus of English for Mathematics Education Department at UIN Alauddin, and it is conducted with Masira Nur in 2019. Okay, and the third, I continue to collect support evidence So I keep on revising the concept of the idle model. Okay, after carrying out a research and find some weaknesses and I revise. So that thing is the indication that I continue to collect supporting evidence to revise this model. And fourth is challenge our topic. So I challenge our topic by presenting the topic in some international conferences and publish this model in the form of national and international journals. So I have been accepting so many comments, okay, from students all around the world, from China, from Egypt, from Pakistan, from Malaysia, okay, from Thailand, okay, asking about the detailed information regarding this model that we have already explained in our articles, which are published by national and international journals. And to facilitate the audience understand about this model, so I create an outline or a framework to follow. Supposing that some students or some researchers are interested in adopting, okay, in adopting this model, okay, for the purpose of developing and redesigning curriculum and instructional materials. So these are the reason for saying that my talk is about a conceptual analysis. So you probably have a question in mind. What is actually the idol? To tell you the truth that it is a model for developing curriculum and instructional materials, which are at the beginning specifically carried out in a language teaching area. So it is called a model because I use a particular theory, okay, as the foundation, and I adopt some systematic methodology, and I also show practical steps
So sorry, Mr. Kaharudin, you are muted. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah. So what is actually the idol? So let me restate again. So it is actually a model for developing curriculum and instructional development. I say this a model because I use particular approach. I use a certain methodology, and also I show some systematic procedures, okay, to run or to carry out the implementations of this model. So it covers, okay, syllabus development, okay, lesson plan designs, and instructional materials design. And another one regarding the, sorry, something go wrong. Sorry, something goes wrong with my slide. So
yeah, at the same time, I would like to remind you, Dr. Kahar, that your time is 1 minute.
Yeah, it's freezing. Okay, sorry. So the idle model is actually an abbreviation, okay, in which I stands for input phase, D stands for development phase, and O stands for output phase, and the last L stands for language learning. So let me explain briefly about these steps or this phase. So I input phase, okay, means this is the initiations of carrying out this model. So this should be initiated by doing an analysis. So in need analysis, we are searching two things. So what to teach and how to teach, and also how to evaluate things that we already teach. After carrying out the analysis, we come to formulate the, the needs inventory, and the needs inventory become the basis for formulating goals and objectives. After formulating goals and objectives, we come to development phase, and this is carried out by selecting the contents and then making the syllabus, designing the lesson plans, and finally we come to the output phase, that is to create the teaching or instructional materials. And after creating the teaching instructional materials, we come to evaluate, okay, the effectiveness of the teaching materials, and then it becomes the last the last part of this model, this language learning phase, that by using summative evaluation. Yeah, so that's all things that I can say, because we have a very limited time. I only give 30 minutes presentation to explain this topic, so I'm afraid that the time is not sufficient enough to support my explanation. Okay, let me end by my presentation, my talks, okay, by saying Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Thank you for this time, and thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Kaharudin, for being able to deliver the speech on time, 30 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Before I give opportunity to the last keynote speaker, allow me to briefly highlight what Dr. Kahar has addressed just now. I think Dr. Kahar is trying to provide a basis for the resolution in in facing the challenge in language teaching with regards to COVID-19 pandemics. I believe there will be lots of questions regarding that issue, but we would like to have that later on after 30 minutes presentation by next speaker. Okay. The next keynote speaker is Dr. Herlina Sahib M. I haven't got detail of the curriculum vitae, but I know since Dr. Herlina is my colleague at the English department, I know exactly who she is. Currently, Dr. Herlina Sahib M. is a senior lecturer at the English department, Faculty of Cultural Sciences. Dr. Herlina Sahib has also been at the conference within and outside Indonesia. She also served as head of English language study program, postgraduate studies at the Faculty of Cultural Sciences. And I think Ibu Herlina is going to deliver her speech on anthropolinguistics. Yeah. Okay, without further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Herlina Sahib M. entitled Social Relation of Reciprocal Poem Selayar Batik-Batik. I would like to remind Dr. Herlina that your time is only 30 minutes. Time is yours, Dr. Herlina.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Dr. Abidin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In this opportunity, I would like to disclose or to extend the title of my presentation about social relation of reciprocal poem of Selayar, which is called Bati Bati. What I mean social relation here is social relation of language, but I didn't put the language here because I think reciprocal poem is actually about language. So I omit the term of language here. Next, well, I was inspired with the idea of permanence proposed by Milesius group, Anaximenes and Anaximanders, and change or the term of change proposed by Heraclitus and Cratylus. In addition, Saussure also proposed the concept of langue and parole and signifier and signified, also syntagmatic and paradigmatic and syntagmatic and paradigmatic or associative level. In these ideas, or in my mind, Milesius group and Saussure, in this case, Anaximander and Anaximenes, and also Saussure, turn to limit the movement of language. So I would try to relate, the language to the social aspects of lives. Next. Permanence is related to the presence of goods in a long time, and this term was suggested by Anaximenes of Milesius, was a youngest contemporary of Anaximander and regarded as his student. They proposed that water and air is the first cause from which else comes, and there was the basic word principle. And next, if this group have explained the idea of natural process by connecting it to something permanent, Heraclitus and Cratylus, on the other hand, their central is recognizing the essential underlying the essence of life as change. They also claim that one cannot step twice into the same stream. They further asserted that nothing is permanent in life, nor can it be, because the very nature of existence is change. In other words, change is not a part of life in Heraclitus' view. Influences in sociology and anthropology, Saussure in 1966 or in 1959 has great merit in the development of semiology of language. According to him, the signs mediate two sides, signified and signified. Forms are at language, and it's different from parole or utterances. Speech acts and language execution, Saussure in Sandarupa 2013, sorry. For him, la language is a system in which all elements fit together and in which the value of any one element depends on the simultaneous coexistence of all other Saussure in subversion. Other aspects of Saussure suggestions are about synchronic and diachronic, and also associative and syntagmatic. The emphasis of the language system is related to language rules. The emphasis on formal aspect of language causes language is a closed system or log. So language in such a model cannot be explained if it refers to non-linguistic factor. Therefore, I am, as the presenter, would like to relate the language studies into social aspect. In this case, I would like to connect it or to relate it to literature, and the object is in the form of reciprocal poem of Selayar called Batik Batik. How is language related to social aspect of life? Yeah, I refer this concept of social relation refer to ASIF 2007, which claimed that language is closely linked to our social relation and is the medium through which we participate in variety of social activities. He further asserted that this fascinating study explores the important roles in various aspects such identity, gender relation, and so on. In addition to ASELS suggestion, Silverstein 2001 also suggested that text and context can be related by indexical mediation, or in this case, like indexical cues, spatial, social, personal, and time dexis, as can be seen in the data of reciprocal poem of Selayar. Now, I would like to move to the term or the idea of reciprocal poem of Selayar called Batik Batik. Selayar is a small town surrounded by islands, several islands. Therefore, it is called Kabupaten Kepulauan Selayar. It is located in southern part of South Sulawesi. Since this island is separated from the mainland of South Sulawesi, it is like people turn to say that it is different. It is out of South Sulawesi, actually, Selayar. Although this town is separate from South Sulawesi mainland, it has some uniqueness which are not found at other places in South Sulawesi. Yeah, one of them is reciprocal poem, and also Selayar is well known with its archaeology goods like Nakara and some others a uniqueness there. Next, the characteristic of reciprocal poem or Batik Batik. It is, we know that Kelong Batik Batik, it is actually a song, a traditional song, but it is in academic term, we call it a poem. So pantun berbalas, but I think because I translate it into reciprocal because berbalas means reciprocal in Bahasa Indonesia. Yeah, instructed by one generation to the next generation. Yeah, this poem is usually sung and accompanied by instrument of music harp. Okay, one of informant 2020 suggested that reciprocal poem of Selayar was brought by Malay people actually from Padang, Sumatra, who came to Selayar for trading and spreading Islam. While trading or spreading religion, they also taught people how to sing that kind of poem. Next, this is the characteristic of reciprocal poem. The verse of Kelong Bati Bati verse, yeah, usually consists of 4 lines and has rhymes. Reciprocal poems usually conveys moral, spiritual, love story, and humor messages which are sung by males and female reciprocally. One of the singers of reciprocal poem, or Kelong Bati Bati, stated that Kelong Bati Bati is usually preceded by the male singers and will be replied by female singers without, yeah, because it is spontaneously expressed. So I think I put here that without pausing or taking too much time to reply the male's expression or the male's the male expression of the kelong. Okay, and time and procedures of bati-bati performance. Since many people wish to request or order this kind of traditional entertainment, the requests have to be extended several days before. Yeah, for Selayar people, they love to invite the bati-bati performers because they think they entertain enough for them when they conduct like a wedding party, or there is cultural and an arts festival conducted by local government. This kind of local instrument or traditional instrument, traditional music or traditional song have to be presented in that occasion or in that event. Okay, next. Yeah. Okay. Now I would like to move to the data of bati-bati itself. Rambang Pulo. Yeah. Rambang Pulo means, yeah, the title of this song, it is actually that, yeah, reciprocal poem of Selayar has a lot of title of the pantun of the poem, but only one of them that I extended here, which is called Rambang Pulo. Yeah, Rambang Pulo is actually mean indiscrimination. So people there don't like to make discrimination between one to another. So they think all people are the same status, same identity, and so on. Next, I would like to read one verse extended or sung by male and female. Yeah, under the, sorry, I think that's right, yeah. Male in Bahasa Selayar and male in English, yeah. Nalamate pa inakke aringku, ya. Nalamate pa, ya. Lingka mangirianja. Nah, these two lines are similar meaning. Ampamukua, malang tojengki angai. Yeah. Now, if I pass away later, my dear, go to the heaven. If you say that is proof of our love, ya, itu bukti cinta kita akan, ya, itu adalah merupakan bukti cinta kami, kita berdua misalnya, ya. Okay, and I would like to, yeah. In this study, language is tried to relate to literary works, and certainly the messages of this verse is related to literary works too. Yet, in other side, the word aringku, yeah, what I mentioned in the previous or in the title before, that I would like to construct or to develop social relation of the language. So here, in one verse, in one side, this is related to literature. But to look at social relation, I think it can create not only literature, but it can also be in other aspects of our social life or human lives. Yeah. If you say the word aringku in this verse reflected kinship, yeah, kinship aspect, where the male uses person, dex is ku, yeah. In the word aringku, that possible means is my younger sibling, or it can also my wife or my dear, yeah. And this is the second verse. This verse say that aduhai, aduhai. I don't know why Selayar people say aduhai. I think this is bahasa Indonesia, but I don't know why the singer, Selayar singer say aduhai. Maybe this is this song experience transformation, yeah. So so they turn to put the term bahasa Indonesia there, yeah. Amakku kau langai sarro kola kamasyang kunjung kontu nalapat tujo-tujoi. Ini, oh my mother likes you, I give it up all to you. And yeah, this is the answer, or yeah, the answer of the female singer, and so on. Next, yeah, I only propose three verses, yeah, and then I would, yeah, for the third verse, yeah, in the third verse, the male expresses that the female has forgotten the kindness or merit of people who help them, while the female assumes that she has done much about the kindness and virtues to the male. Yet the male seems didn't appreciate her. It means that as a human being, someone should remember someone's aid or favor. This verse discloses literary works again, yet in other side, it also discloses generosity. In conclusion, language can be learned, not only its environment. I mean, don't see the language in its system, yeah, in its in the environment of the language itself, like to see their sounds, their form, their syntax, or semantic and others, but please try to relate it to other aspect to make the language is not a lot, yeah, like what Foucault, yeah, Foucault and Silverstein suggested that you have to relate it from text and to context, yeah, and then also Asif, suggests like that you have to relate the language in other aspect, not only in its environment, in the language environment itself, because it will make us limited in explain in expressing our idea about. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thanks a lot for Ibu Harlina, who has ended her speech exactly on time. Okay, Dr. Harlina Sahib has addressed one aspect of communication through verbal communication poem, which is actually in Slaya. I think there will be lots of questions from this. We have a long time for this discussion, so I would like to invite all audiences, participants to.
Okay, excuse me, moderator.
Yeah, before I allow you,
yes,
the system, the platform we develop is moderator-centered approach, meaning every people who wants to question must be through moderator, and responses must also be through moderator. Okay, mention your name and mention the name of the presenter whom your question is addressed to. Okay. Safaraini.
Yes. Sarfeni. Okay, first of all, I'd like to say thanks to the moderator for giving me the chance, and also for the three keynote speakers today. I think it's a very great presentation. So next, my question is pointed to Mr. Kustiwan Sharif. But anyway, he is my good lecturer when I was in undergraduate, even the best lecture anyway. So I want to give a question in relation to his presentation. Is about the ambivalent landscape, right? So how do you define ambivalent landscape? As in my mind, that ambivalent landscape is very subjective. For example, I see there is several places in Indonesia, especially in Makassar, put English is important role. For example, in high quality school like Atira, put English as important role. So just there is several school for learning English in depth. And the next is also because I am working in several English courses, so I can see the curiosity of for the people in Makassar in learning English, and even in job skill requirements, there is requirements that we have to put English certificates such as TOEFL, TOEIC, and IELTS certificates. So, what is the strike indicator that you put that Indonesia is an ambivalent landscape in learning English? Thank you.
Okay, Sarpani. Next, who wants to ask questions?
Me, please, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. Putri.
Yes. All right. My question will go to the Kustewan Sharif. Regarding your notions, we just catch your idea that English will be better if it is implemented as in our country. But in fact, we do not have much influences of British dominion. Thus, it is not strange if English is not embraced as our second language, which is not likely like in Malaysia. And this is a contradiction that we often find in our daily lives, that less understanding of national values, such as the way of life of Pancasila and local wisdoms, often occurred among the young learners when they master their English very well. And this is such an experience that I used to get and used to experience during my teaching. And even businessmen are required to, especially for foreign businessmen, are required to learn how Indonesian speaks as well to gain trust. How do you see this phenomenon? Thank you.
Okay, Putri. Next.
Prof. Mutmainah.
Mutmainah, okay.
Well, I address my question from Ma'am Harlina. So I thought it's an awesome explanation about bati-bati. I just known that bati-bati is one of the traditional form of Selayar. So related about that, the value or the message conveyed in relation to literary works, is there any other message appears in the bati-bati that can be know about it? Because I thought that bati-bati is really very interesting to know more about bati-bati. So thank you.
Okay. Next. Next participants. Okay, Yulsa.
Rizka.
Yes. Who?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In terms Dr. Abidin Pamu, in my position, I borrow Yulcha's akun, so that's why I'm really very sorry before. So directly, I address my question to Dr. Andi Kaharudin Bahar, SIP whom the first one. In terms of the ideal model, so that's why I can conclude that this is the instructional method for the teacher to implement it the best method. I mean, so that's why directly. So I ask you about is there the best method in teaching and learning process that the teacher can be provided, or sometimes that the teacher try to implement the best method or anything related to the best method, because avoiding the misunderstanding of the teacher to the students, this is the main point of the teaching and learning process. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry, what's your name again, please? Namanya siapa lagi tadi? Iya, soalnya dia pakai ruangan orang tadi. Siapa? Ya, namanya siapa tadi?
My name Andi Muhammad Syafri Idris, sir.
Okay, Andi Muhammad Syafri Idris. Okay, I think for the time being, I will open the discussion session for the first session of the discussion. Of course, opportunity will be given to a person, keynote speaker, whose question is raised according to the order. Yeah, the first one is from Sarpaini to Kustiawan about the issue of ambivalence, and the second is from Putri, role of English as a second language. Is it what kind of things? Yeah. Okay, please, Pak Kustiawan.
Thank you so much, Pak Moderator. Sharfaini, thank you so much for your nice words. Okay. I got two really interesting questions. I think that these questions or questions of this caliber, I believe, will definitely come from graduate students, smart graduate students, I believe. Okay, so ambivalent language policy. So that's the keyword. Okay, so what I'm talking about here is that I believe, so this is my personal opinion based on the arguments that I already presented in the presentation, that the language policy in our country regarding the role of English as a foreign language is rather ambivalent, meaning there is a kind of mismatch between what is expected of English to perform or to facilitate or to support our development needs and the real endeavors or the real efforts or the real facilities that our government provides, okay, to really maximize the process of teaching and learning English as a foreign language. Okay, so I already showed you that English is really expected to help accelerate economic growth. That's number one. And number two, also to accelerate scientific progress. So it's all about academic achievements here. Okay, so academic world here. So English is really expected the academic community in our country to move forward. Okay. And the last one, it is also expected, English is also expected to facilitate or to help accelerate technological advancements. So much is really expected from English, okay? But in terms of policy, well, English is a foreign language. So you can learn it, you can teach it, but no, no day-to-day use of English, even in school. So it's only taught and learned in classes, in classrooms, but not to be used, not to be spoken in day-to-day interaction. Okay, if, for example, we have a clear or consistent language policy, for example, well, why don't we make English an additional language? And then we regulate or issue a strict language policy. All right. So English is an additional language. It can be used, for example, in school interactions for secondary school level, for example. Okay. And then I think that would work. Okay, remember, I am an English teacher, so my perspective is really affected from where I am coming from. Okay, so that's for Sharfaini, a really good question. And next to Putri Maharani, very interesting. Yes, exactly. So that's what actually came to my mind when I was uh, thinking about this topic, because usually people will think of linguistic imperialism, you know? So when we're talking about English as a global force, something really closely related to the idea of linguistic imperialism. So in a multilingual society, there must be a kind of language dominance or language competition. And then if we push English to the center, then there will be a language moving backward. Okay. So, for example, if we push English as, for example, the second language in Indonesia, so there must be less opportunities for Bahasa Indonesia itself to be used for that same opportunities. Okay. So increasing opportunities for English, but decreasing opportunities for some other languages, including vernacular languages. Okay. Now, yes, I agree with you. Indonesia is not part of the outer circle, so not in our country was not a British colony. Okay, so that's why English is a foreign language. but it doesn't mean that we cannot have a positive or productive or more consistent language policy. For example, I can say that English and as an additional language, and then we issue a language policy. Again, this is another a big job, of course, when we're going to do that, because it's going to affect so many things, including vernacular languages, because there are more than 700 languages in our country. Yes, so if you're going to promote one language, then other languages are in danger of being pushed backward a little bit, and maybe no longer used anymore, becoming a fact of language death in social linguistics. Okay, so yes, so what I really expect is a kind of win-win solution. Yes, we can promote. We need to issue a language policy that can benefit all multi-linguistic community. So all the languages should survive, okay, should share the privilege of living together, of being used maybe at different occasions. For example, English can be used at school interactions. Can be, remember? Not should be, but can be. I guess it's optional. Okay. Bahasa Indonesia can be used too. And then vernacular languages like Makassaris or Buginese can be also used to promote, for example, the vernacular languages itself in the Buginese or Makassaris communities. Okay. So we need a policy that can guarantee a win-win solution to all languages, but it doesn't mean that the promotion of an international language as, say, for example, an additional language will threaten the existence of other languages. So I don't think the case is just like that. Okay, very good question again. Thank you so much, Pak Moderator. Back to you.
Okay. Sarpaini and Putri, are you okay with the response from Pak Gustiawan?
Yes, okay.
Okay. Putri, okay, are you okay? Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Gustiawan. I would like to invite the second keynote speaker, Ibu Arlina, to respond to question given by Mutmainah in relation to whether there is any other message imposed within the Bati-Bati. Okay, time is yours, Ibu Arlina.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, well, Mutmainah's questions is about are there any other messages appear or conveyed in reciprocal poem of Selayar? Yeah, the answer is, of course, yes, because in one, as I mentioned before, that reciprocal poem of Selayar, in one side, certainly conveyed literary messages, like in the form of moral or moral messages and other, but in other sides, and what I would like to strong, yeah, to make strong here is to construct or to develop social life, like yeah, to link it to social life, like gender, yeah, gender relationship, like kinship, and also identity, in gender relationship, I think, it is, it talks much about the relation between gender, in this case, male and female in the song, and also about kinship for in the term of aringku and daingku, and also for the deictic that like personal is like ku and ki, and other types of cues that can relate that to that this what I mean language, or in this case linguistic and other aspects of human life. Okay, I think that's from my comments, Pak Bidin.
Thank you, Ibu
answer.
Harlina.
Yeah.
Mutmainah, are you okay with the response from Ibu Harlina?
Yes, I think that it's clear about the answer.
Okay. The next is to Dr. Andi Kaharudin. The question is from Muhammad Safri. Muhammad Safri is very much concerned about the other alternative of language teaching, if I'm not mistaken, in coping with during pandemic era. Time is yours, Pak Kahar.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Okay, specifically to Muhammad Safri, thank you for your effective question. So let me say, you are asking what is the best method for teaching English? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to say that I maybe disagree to claim that there is the best method in teaching, because what I have in mind is all methods implemented by teachers in the classroom have strengths and have weaknesses. Sometimes a particular method is applicable, implemented to a group of students, but in some other time, this method does not work when it is implemented to a group of students. So that is why I suggest to use, what I have in mind is the most appropriate term is an effective teaching method. So I prefer to use that term rather than to say the best method. I say an effective teaching method. So let me tell you something about what I mean by an effective teaching method. An effective teaching method at least has two main characteristics. The first, the method encourages students to learn, because it is interesting. The students have a high interest in learning with the teacher because of the method. And the second one is the method is able to make the students achieve the educational goals. So those are the two main characteristics of an effective teaching method. So when a teacher is teaching and he fails in achieving the two things, so we may directly say that it is actually not an effective teaching method. If the teacher's method does not encourage students to learn a lot, and the teacher's method is not able to make the students achieve the learning goals which are already stipulated in the pedagogical practice with the students. Now the next question is, what do we have to do in order to apply an effective method in teaching. So the first thing that you have to avoid is do not use your own perception or intuition in selecting your teaching method. Again, I emphasize, do not use your perception and intuition to select a certain teaching method implemented in the classroom. Because when you use this, so the value of your teaching method is very subjective. What I mean by you use your perception, okay, is you are using what you think better for the students, okay? And what I mean by you use your intuition is you select your teaching method by involving what you feel good to the students. So do not be subjective in selecting your teaching method. So in order not to be subjective, what we should do? So the first, you have to think to involve your students in selecting your teaching method. Involve your students. So that is the ideal model. Highly recommend that you have to involve your students when you select your teaching method, and it exists in the first phase, that is in the input phase. So in input, the teachers are required to carry out a need analysis, which covers three important things to answer three main questions. So the first need analysis, search for what to teach. This is very important because when you present a certain materials, okay, which are not attract the students' attention or which are not enjoyed by the students, so your teaching will not be acceptable. And the second one is research how to teach. Okay, so in determining how to teach, you have to know three things. So the first, you have to know your students' learning problems. For example, when your students having problems, okay, with shyness, for example, or they are having problem with, they have problem with being criticized. For example, they don't like being criticized when they speak and when they speak English incorrectly. So when you teach them, you have to avoid, okay, give your give your critics directly. So that's one example of what do you say? Choosing a teaching method by considering the students' learning problem. And also you have to select your method by considering the students' learning styles. You know, according to Willing in 1988, he suggests that actually the language students has four types of learning styles. They are communicative learners, analytical learners, teacher-oriented learners, and concrete learners. So you have to consider this thing. For example, your students are concrete learners. What are the characteristics of concrete learners? They love watching videos, for example. They love learning from pictures, for example. So when you teach them, you have to consider this thing. Use video, use pictures in order to attract their attention when you are presenting your pedagogical practice in the classroom. For example, your students are teacher-oriented. They love having explanation of a certain lesson from their teacher, for example. So you have to do that thing, never get them to discuss, never get them to communicate each other. In the same way, when the students' characteristic, for example, is analytical learners, they love involving in the debate, they love involving in the discussion. So you can give them an issue, again, then put them in a groups and then give them opportunity to discuss. And that will be a very good choice. I mean, good consideration to select an effective method. And the last is you have to consider the students' learning preferences. I mean, learning preferences here, how the student love learning a particular skills. For example, learning pronunciation. What are the students' preference in learning this time? Do they love learning by following native English speakers' voice? Do they love learning by imitating teachers' way in pronouncing certain words? I think the point is, if you involve your students in determining your teaching method, so we can say it for sure that you will have an effective method in teaching. Because keep in mind that once you ignore your students will lose their motivation. Your students will lose their interest. When they lost their motivation in learning, they lost their interest in your lesson, we may predict that you will experience failure in your teaching process. That's all that I can say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Kahar. I'd like to invite one more to have question.
Me, sir.
Okay, please. Yeah, Nuraini,
Sir.
please.
Okay, thank you for the change. And my question is goes to Mr. Andi Kaharudin. And question is my question is about teaching method. I just want to know about how to take the student attention, interest, or a response in the first time the lecturer entering the class. It's especially for a new lecturer or a new young lecturer. Thank you.
Yeah, Pak Kahar.
Should I answer the question directly?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that's an interesting question. And so many new lecturers today, and of course, okay, the first job that I have to do when entering into the classroom is to attract the students' attention, to attract the students' interest in the process of learning. So this is simply a suggestion. Okay? The suggestion, I mean, I take the suggestion based on my own experiences. So the first thing that you have to do in order to convince your students, okay, in order to attract the students' attention in learning, is you must succeed in convincing them that you are qualified enough to teach them. That's the first. Because you have to win their trust in the classroom. When you lose their trust, you just trust in me, believe in me, that you will lose their attention, you will lose their interest forever in your classroom. You will not be able to find their trust back easily. So that is why the first impression is a very important thing. So what we have to do in order to win the students' trust? Keep in mind that you must be able to make them understand on things you are giving them or on things that you are presenting in the classroom. So just you need to know that you will not be able. So how to make them understand? That's the first point. In order to make them understand, so the first thing that you have to do is you have to completely understand what you are delivering in the classroom. I do believe that we can only share something we have. Again, I say we can only share something we have. If you have understanding, then it will be easy to transfer to your students. If you don't have understanding, you may pretend, okay, standing out in front of the classroom, but keep in mind you are not teaching at all. Because teaching basically makes students understand for what they do not understand. So in order to make them understand, you have to understand first. In the Holy Quran, it is clearly stated, kabura maqtan indallahi an taqulu ma la taf'alun. Teramat besar kemurkaan Allah bagi orang-orang yang menyuruh orang lain berbuat sesuatu sementara dirinya sendiri tidak melakukan itu. So when you want your students interested in your learning, so make them understand, make them feel that your present is really fruitful. That's the first. And another one, you may step up, involving them in choosing the next method that you are going to use. You may observe, okay, their teaching style, their learning styles. you may observe their learning preferences by directly asking them, by directly communicate them, what should we do in the classroom for the next time? Or if you want to make it more effective, you can share a questionnaire at the beginning of your classroom in order to identify their learning styles. It is much better. So as I told you earlier that Wheeling has already proposed 4 learning styles of students in language learning. So you can use Wheeling theory to make your questionnaire, then give to your students at the beginning of your class, and then you use that data to determine your teaching method for the next session. I think that's the most important that you have to do. So understand first and do not forget to involve your students. Never use your perception and your intuition to decide your teaching method. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
We still have a couple of minutes to come up for the break time. So I would like to invite Pak Kustiwan, if there anything that you want to say as a final remarks, as a kind of closing statement, Pak Kustiwan.
All right. Thank you so much, moderator. Of course, given the global competitiveness in almost all sectors, and to be involved, to be engaged, and to be successfully engaged in those global international transactions, we need to be competent, not only in the targeted skills, in the content areas, but more so and more important also is our competence in English. And again, I am really concerned that we do need to have a consistent language policy instead of ambivalent language policy. Meaning, if we do, if we expect English to play such an important role in promoting the advances in technology and scientific works and other areas, then give the teaching and learning of English better opportunities in terms of how we can get access to language policies that really support this idea. Okay, so in terms of facilities, it really facilitate the great goals, objectives of teaching and learning English. That's why language policy needs to be consistent. We need consistent language policy to support the position of English as a global language to benefit our development needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Kustiwan. Allow me as the moderator of this event, would like to convey my sincere gratitude for the 3 keynote speakers, Pak Kustiwan, Dr. Andi Kahar, and Harlina Sai, for their remarkable speech today. Thank you very much. Okay, I think there is a lot to learn from this presentation. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We don't have much time to discuss further. And I would like to, to end my duty as moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for moderating us, Mr.
Thank you so much, Pak Moderator. Dr. Harlina Sahib,
Thank
thank you
you,
so
Dr.
much.
Thank you.
So good to meet you.
Pak
Thank you.
Kustiwan, That was a
Oke
good
Pak Kaharudin, thank you so much.
Kasih,
You
Pak
too.
Kak. Ya.
Awesome,
Ibu,
thank
Ibu
you.
Harlina, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
everybody. Thank you
Yeah.
so much everyone.
Yeah.
All
I
the
will say,
organizing committee
Bagus,
members, thank you
Iwan.
so much. Thank
Thank
you.
you very
I
much.
Terima kasih
I
Bapak
would
Ibu.
like to
Iwan.
say
Thank
thank you very
you.
much
Thank
to
you,
Pak
sir.
Sarip
Yeah.
from
Thank you,
Jakarta
Prof.
and
Thank you
Bye.
very much for your
Sorelina to organize
understanding.
this event and Dr. Andi Karudin
Yeah.
for
You
coming
too, Mr. Professor.
Thank you.
to share the science and knowledge
Yeah. Thank
to our
you,
students.
Thank you. Thank you for
Mr.
this
Professor.
opportunity.
Okay, I take
Distinguished
permission to
guest
leave.
Pak Sarip from Jakarta.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm leaving now. Assalamualaikum and
Yeah, thank
goodbye,
you, Dokter.
everyone. Yeah.
Ya, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, and me too. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much,
Assalamualaikum
Pak Muslim
warahmatullahi
Syarif.
wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Again, thank you
warahmatullahi
so much for this
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
opportunity.
warahmatullahi
I'm so
wabarakatuh.
honored to share this really great forum, this national seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Assalamualaikum.
Doctor. Thank you, guys. Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, guys. See you again in the parallel session. Don't forget.
Thank you. Saya Liv. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Untuk session ini tidak ada attendance ya?
Waalaikumsalam.
Guys, attendance list.
Sudah di-share,
Bagaimana
Pak.
keadaannya?
Itu sudah di-share
Oh,
di kolom chat, Pak.
Ya, kenapa bertanya supaya ramai? Iya, iya. The floor dulu ya. Iya.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Harlina.
Ya, thank you Ummu Rofika.
please share again.
Amir.
Ya, dan
Dr.
terima kasih.
Amir, thank you for
Okay, sir. Noted, sir.
presenting in the room. And Pak Halil Hamzah.
Terima kasih.
Putri Maharani, halo.
Ibu,
Ya.
kabarnya gimana Ibu?
Yeah, not too bad. And you? How's life?
Alhamdulillah sehat Bu. Sehat Bu.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse test. Excuse me. Halo, Assalamualaikum. Luar biasa tadi Ustaz, Masya Allah. Luar biasa tadi. Materi tak banyak sekali orang yang puji. Masya Allah. Baik, pas dibaca kembali si Vita, Ustaz D, astaga, merinding semua. Banyaknya listnya. Ya Ustaz. Alhamdulillah. Meskipun bukan itu, meskipun kurang maksimal. Iya. 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 Terima kasih Ustaz. Alhamdulillah. Nanti insya Allah sertifikatnya terus apa yang lain-lainnya menyusul di Ustaz, kami susun dulu baik-baik semuanya.
Sesi paralel jam berapa mulai?
Terima kasih banyak Ustaz Fika. Senang sangat keilmuan Fika itu diterima dari Kahar.
Untuk absensinya sudah dikirim di grup presenter. Silahkan cek di grupnya.
Yes, sudah. Cuman sudah ada SK-nya, tapi Fika belum minta tanda tangan. Sudah Fika pegang SK-nya.
Absensi.
Soalnya
absensinya sudah share di
bahasanya
ya.
Prof. Burhanuddin.
Ya, wait, ya, carikan oli itu, ada botol oli, kasih itu lubangnya.
sekali ya, masalah apapun, masalah
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, for all the speakers and co-speakers of the parallel session that will be launched at the first room, please, I humbly welcome you to turn on your video so I can recognize you and do the roll call. Please. All right. We are going to have 6 speakers and co-speakers at the first room today, with the recess time which will take place between 12 up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So please now let me show you the agenda and rules that we have to obey during the session. First, speakers and co-speakers are given 12 minutes to launch their slideshows. In case you are requiring the assistance of our team to launch your slideshows, please kindly directly chat me in private, or you can communicate with the committee. And second one, Q&A session will be allocated around 10 to 15 minutes following every 3 presentations. Third, participants are allowed to raise questions through chat box. So we aim to create a sound discussion and debating forum if possible, but we have to meticulously select which questions should be addressed first. So please use the chat box feature to raise your question instead of directly convey them orally. But in case you are redundantly to write some sufficient long description to describe the certain question that you may ask to the speakers and co-speakers, please directly chat me so I will give you special slot to raise your question orally. Fourth, speakers are allowed to raise the questions for the speakers. There is no limitations on how to address the question and to whom you would like to questions. Fifth, please rename your Zoom account with the format affiliation first, followed by your name. And the last one, at the end of the event, the committee will share the exit link where all the attendees can confirm their presence, so they will be rightful for the certificates. So speakers and co-speakers, and as well as participants of the first room, are you ready to launch the session? Please check your name, your affiliation, and your title in case there is some mistyping from the committee. The first turn will goes to Mrs. Anna Nurawalia from Universitas Muslim Buton. The second one will go to Mrs. Antini Apriliana Nasrun from Universitas Muslim Buton. The third goes to Al-Amini Indah Sari from UIN Alauddin Makassar. And after recess, we will have Mrs. Herlina Anwar from Universitas Hasanuddin, followed by Mrs. Elni Herniawan Yuniarti from Universitas Muhammadiyah Luwuk. And the last one, we will have Sulfaida Lestari from Universitas Hasanuddin. If that's okay, I welcome you, Mrs. Anna Nur Awalia. Are you here? Mrs. Anna Nur Awalia, are you here? Could you please turn on your microphone so I can hear you if you are present?
Hello.
Hello. Is Mrs. Anna Nur Awalia there?
Yes, can you listen my voice clearly?
All right, that's quite clear. Thank you so much. Can I see your face? Please turn on your video feature.
Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you. All the speakers and co-speakers are obliged to turn on their videos during their presentation. In case you have some emergency, you may turn off your videos and give me a notice. So, Ms. Anna Nur Awalia, sorry, I often underwent a tongue slip. Mrs. Anna Nur Awalia, are you ready?
Oh yes, I have already sent my PPT to Miss to the committee. Can you guys please share screen my PPT?
All right, for Mrs. Ananur Awalia, we will give you the time allocation around 12 minutes, and we will directly notice you if you have 3 minutes left and 1 minute left. So please be brief and succinct. Thank you. You can start.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, well, let me use.
Good morning.
Okay. Well, can you next? Make it next. Okay, next. Well, okay, well, so good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the committee for handling and running this biggest program and very grateful program to us. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk about internet and the education and also English language teaching. So from my slide, you can see that today we are in the sophisticated technology. Yeah, so social media and e-learning or education learning have also already become our daily needs or daily activity or including on our daily activity and in the process of teaching and in the process of learning. So that's why this part or this specific issue makes me very interested on taking the topic of CAL or computer assisted language learning. Thank you. Next. Okay. Well, so we have internet and we have education. So what I mean in this aspect of research, I focus or highlight in the writing aspect of students itself. Because today we think or we see in the classroom, teacher and students always having an old method of learning and teaching and learning. So this old method prove that they cannot improve their writing in the classroom itself. So that's why I want to research about how web-based learning or how CAL, computer-assisted language learning, can help improve students' proficiency in writing itself. Next. Okay. Well, actually more research is required. Of course, before a solid conclusion, before a fixed conclusion can be drawn with a higher degree of confidence. In particular, the effectiveness of hybrid relative or hybrid mode delivery. Hybrid is combination of face-to-face and online classroom. To conventional face-to-face instruction becomes an interesting avenue for future research. So hybrid is actually 10 years or has been 10 years or 20 years become a very interesting topic to talk or to discuss in English language teaching. But unfortunately, limited research has been conducted. So we have a very limited research to talk about hybrid, to talk about computer-assisted language learning, and to talk about web-based learning, especially in the context of foreign language teaching, despite the ubiquity of hybrid mode of delivery. So this hybrid and also online classroom or online teaching are actually very famous one or very famous topic, but very limited research talking about that one. So the proposed research seeks to fill the gap in the research about comparing two different modes of delivery for teaching writing to English foreign learners. So you guys will exposed to some of topics such as hybrid, conventional, and LMS or learning management system classroom instruction. Next. Well, so here, my topic of research, effectiveness of using COL, computer-assisted language learning for teaching writing. Next. Well, so which one's more effective? So people want to see, teacher wants to see, students want to see, is that conventional tuition is effective, is more effective, or hybrid is more effective? The combination of conventional teaching or conventional tuition and the input of web-based learning itself. So what am I want to focus is that only in COL or the effectiveness of computer-assisted language learning in web-based teaching. Next. So here we come to the research questions. So these are what I want to search or seek of. The first one is that how effective of using a web-based instruction for teaching writing in health department of Unisa Yogyakarta, and what is the students' perception towards the web-based instructional program. So students' perception in here, and including user acceptance, perceived usefulness, and the another aspect. And the last one is that I want to see how are students' motivational orientation towards online classroom itself. Next. Well, this one is, these are the important aspects of my research, such as hypothesis, scope of the study, objective, significance of the study, and definition of terms. So I also listing some of definition of terms. Yeah. Okay, next. It's okay. Well, literature review, I have some of theories which helps me to construct my research. For example, cognitive constructivism, social constructivism, self-determination theory, theory of motivation, and constructivism theory. So in self-determination theory, this one theory helped me or assist me to search or to highlight students' motivation in terms of their extrinsic motivation or intrinsic motivation, and whether they are a motivation, no motivation at all, or having both kinds of motivation in intrinsic or extrinsic motivation. So those motivation will include it on self-determination theory. Okay, next. Well, these are some of the aspects that comes to my literature review, such as COL, computer-assisted language learning, as the computer-mediated communication, and an online learning classroom or online education, and then the nature of web-based or web blog, and then learning management system, hybrid course, and then web-based instructional program, and the last one is that students' writing performance. So in the learning management system or okay, thank you. Methodology. Well. Give me 1 minute to discuss about this. So in the learning management system, I use social learning online from us. This one is the platform online platform from Unisa. So in this online platform, we have an easier system of teaching and learning in this platform. So we have writing aspect, listening aspect, speaking aspect, and then also reading aspect. But what I want to highlight is that the only aspect of skill of English, and there is writing one. Okay, and the students' writing performance. So in the students' writing proficiency, I highlight the Jacobs theory that highlight about content organization mechanism, and also language use, and also its grammatical process in the writing one. Okay, next one.
All right, Mrs. Anna, 3 minutes left.
Okay, methodology. Well, 3 minutes left. So I use experimental one group pre-post-test design. So one group do pre-test and after that do post-test. So we have a pre-test and post-test and we compare the result. Okay, next one. Okay, the Population Health Department of UNISA enrolled in the school year of 2020 and 2021. So 157 students of English classroom with writing as the subject learning. The next one. Well, I held 6 meeting tuition with web-based learning with Indonesia LSM Learning Management System platform. 6 meetings with an easy accessible. My students they can access my online social platform every time and everywhere they can. So that makes them easier to learn about or to improve their writing skill. Okay, next. Well, as usual, as I have previously mentioned that I use pre-test and post-test, and then I using SPSS 21. Okay, next. Okay, I have written tasks and questionnaire also in my instrument of the study to test about their motivation and their perception. Okay, next. Well, I also use grading criteria of success. So I have inter-rater agreement in my in my research. So we have 2 raters to see their writing ability or their writing when they have already produced their writing text. Okay, next.
Nur Awalia, please be succinct and jump to the conclusion. You got less than 1 minute.
Okay, just directly go on to the conclusion. Okay, this one is the score pre and post score, and also comparison of the mean score. Next, okay, next. This one is the component students writing composition. Next. Okay, this one is the students writing quality. We have a lack of vocabulary, bad grammar in the pre-test, but we have a good organization in the post-test. Next. Okay, but yeah, next. Okay. Okay, next. This one is the result of motivation and the perception of the students. They have a very great motivation in learning by using web-based learning. Okay, next. Yes, this one is their motivation, external motivation. Next, this one is external motivation also. This one is intrinsic motivation. So they have only a little bit intrinsic motivation, but they have bigger external motivation. Well, the last conclusion and recommendation from the research is that we have a significant effect by using COL, or computer-assisted language learning, for teaching writing, and it is proved by their higher score from post-test than the pre-test. So in the pre-test, they get like 54 score. In the post-test, they get like 7 or 80 score. Yeah. So it can be concluded that COL and LMS is effective for teaching writing.
Tolerance 30 seconds, yes. Mrs. Anna.
Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. All right, so all right. Coming to the next speaker, Mrs. Antini Apriliana Nasrun, are you here? Mrs. Antini Apriliana Nasrun. The third speaker, Mrs. Amini Indah Sari, UIN Alauddin Makassar. Mrs. Al-Amini Indah Sari?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Are you ready with your slideshow?
Yes. Wait a minute. Could you see my presentation? My slide?
Yes, all right. So the time is used to present your findings regarding the task-based language teaching and effort to teach student skills in writing descriptive text.
Okay.
Time is yours.
Thank you very much for the chance that you given to me. Let's just skip the for introduction. My name is Alaminda Sari, and I will present my research. It is task-based language teaching in the classroom and efforts to teach student skills in writing descriptive text. Do you hear me clearly?
We do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's just start the presentation. Let's start with some introduction for my research. Difficulties in producing a good English written text seems to be hard for Indonesian learners for English. It happened because writing is one of the most difficult skills and that learners have difficulties in mastering English grammar and vocabulary as the basic knowledge to written text. So, in curriculum itself, there are 4 types of text that should be learned in middle schools and high schools. It is descriptive text, narrative text, recount text, and art and procedure text. Among this type of text, I choose descriptive text because it is that had been learned in that schools. So after that, I know that I should do research in descriptive text. So I do some kind of test for the preliminary research before I come to text the data. So there are after I take some tests, there are some students problem that I found out in that school. There are 4 students problem in this school. It is lack of vocabularies, grammar's error, cohesive on coherence, and students focus. So after all of the results that I have from the interview with the teachers and the tests from the students, I come to conclude that students' writing skills in that schools in writing descriptive tests is not good. So I propose task-based language teaching or TBLT to apply it in that school. So that's why I want to know that task-based language teaching, it is really alright to use in that school to learn that writing descriptive text. Okay, let's to literature review. Okay, for writing, writing is the ability of the students to convey their ideas, views, and opinions in the form of text. And then there are descriptive text. Descriptive text in this study is the ability to describe people, objects, or animals briefly with the use of correct grammar. And then there are task-based language teaching. To be simplified, it's the use of tasks as a media to make the students more understanding how the material is go on. So it's a practical study. So let's come to the methodology. I choose quantitative method that and then quasi-experimental design that use 2 classes. It is control class and experimental class. And then I use non-equivalent control group design. It is when in the experimental class, I do pre-test, experiment, and post-test. But in the control class, I just do pre-test and post-test. There is no treatment in that class. And then, okay, respondents. The population of this study was second grade of MA Madani Alauddin. It is consists of 35 to 14 students in each class. And then I choose sample for 50x students as the sample in this research. In this research, I took students with the characteristic the students had learned descriptive text before, and the experimental class and control class has the same skills in writing descriptive text according to the pretest score. Then in the data analysis technique, I use SPSS application. Let's come to the finding. This is some scores of the students in the experimental and control group. As we can see in the experimental class, in the pretest, there are just 8 people, 8 students that have good qualification in writing tests, and 15 people in adequate classification, and 4 people, 4 students in fair classification. But after the treatment in the post-test, we can see that there is an improvement of the students. In the good classification, there are 21 students that have a good qualification, and then in adequate classification, there are 6 students. And then we can see in the control class, there are in the pretest, there are 20 students that in a good classification and 18 students in adequate classification and 1 student in fair. But in the post-test, there is no much improvement, and we can see that there is some lack that makes the students' score is downfall. Okay, this is some table that we can see that there is an improvement of the experiment pretest to the post-test. There is some improvement that happened, and then we can see the control pretest and control post-test. There is not much improvement. Okay, we can see the statistic for mean score that accumulate in the experiment pretest. It is 52.9 and so on. And then in the experiment post-test, we can see there is an improvement of the mean scores. It is 64.85. And then we can see in the control pretest and control post-test, there is no much improvement, as you can see in the mean scores, 57.32 to 55 point. Then we come to the discussion. It is an assumption test to know that the sample has normally distribution or not, and we can see the test distribution is normal from calculating from the data. Okay, this is the t-test. That we can see that the t-test in this, I use this hypothesis. If significance to tilde is more or less than 0.05, that we can see that it is have some improvement from the students. But if significance to tilde is higher than 0.05, then there is no improvement of the student. Then we can see in the table, if in significance to tilde in the last table, we can see that the table is much more less than 0.05. Conclusion. Okay, according to the finding of the research, it can be concluded that task-based language teaching is effective to develop writing skills and writing descriptive text. In the experimental class, students score increased in writing descriptive text skills after being given treatment. It is 52.92 mean scores in the pretest and 64.85 in the post-test. So the classification score was from the fair to good. It means that there was an improvement from the students after being given the treatment. Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Indah Sari. That's good. All right, coming to the next. Mrs. Herlina Anwar, are you here? Mrs. Herlina Anwar?
Okay, hello, I'm Angelina April.
Yes. Oh, okay. You should have been allocated for the second turn. All right, so wait. All right, Mrs. Antini Apriliana Nasrum from Universitas Muslim Buton, right?
Okay.
All right, so it will be your turn now.
Okay. Okay, I will start right now.
Yes, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Antini Apriliana Nasrun. I'm from a Muslim University of Buton, and then right now I will presentation about my journal. This is about the title is the impact of social skill in teaching speaking. Okay, and then the content of the slide, you can see there are introduction, method, result, and discussion, and then conclusion. And the next is the background. Next, the background, please. Okay, the background in here. Why impact of social skills? Because as we know that right now, social skills is a very important thing. And then social skill are, according to Daniel Goleman, its impact 80% the successful of someone then in intelligence question. And then the second background is why a teaching speaking, because teaching speaking is transfer the oral communication, which has related with social skill. How we know the social skill of someone, then they don't echo the speaking. And then next, the introduction and problem statement, please. The problem statement. Okay, there are two questions in my research. The first is what type of social skill are impact in lecturer teaching speaking, and the second is how does the impact of lecturer social skill in student speaking skill. Okay, next, in the research design. In the research design, a descriptive qualitative method, or the research design is describe a clear and deep about the social reality and which is happen in society as a subject research. So is describe a characteristic of model of phenomena. And the qualitative research has at least two purposes. The first is a rich description with measurement, score, and frequency and rating. And the second is the natural representative is a focus on individual and natural setting. And in here, I use descriptive qualitative research is usually collected by questionnaire survey, interview, and observation. And next, directly in the method, chapter 2. Okay, my subject in here is a lecturer who teach speaking English students who learn speaking English. And then I use a purposive sampling technique. I just take the sum of sample in the classroom. And then next, my research instrument, please. Okay, in my research instrument, the first is classroom observation, which is a passive participant observation. And I don't include directly in the classroom. I just saw by my point of view. And the second is I will interview the sample, and the file note is descriptive note based on the actual data in the classroom. And the last is documentation. And next, procedure of data collection, please. Okay, in the procedure of data collection, the first is I'm as a researcher, I will attend the classroom to get information and observe the class. And the first meeting, I will give the informant that study, find out the social skill to their impact in the teaching speaking. And the second is I observe this classroom situation, and I'll check the aspect of relate by checking guide observation check by guide adapt from RASI 2013 and 14 verbal and non-verbal communication, and the last is I will cross-check interview result observation, and the total number of this research is 3 meetings. And next, the result and discussion, please. The next chapter. Okay, the result and discussion. Okay, the first is the impact of social skill by the lecturer in teaching speaking. Okay, next. Okay, in here, it's the first is the type of impact of social skill in teaching speaking. The first is honest, and the second is discipline. The third is responsibility. The fourth is tolerance, and five is cooperative, and the six is respect, and seven is self-confidence, and the eight is curiosity, and the nine is critical or creative thinking, and the 10 is problem solving, and the 11 is this dedication making, and the last is the 12 is communication skill. Okay, next, please. And in here, I use the rubric assessment for adapt from Kemendiknas 2013. My standard assessment is from the high is 8 until the less is 4, and the interpretation is like most inspiring, and then less inspiring, and inspiring, less inspiring, and then less inspiring. Okay, and then next. Okay, because there are 12 about the type of social skill and I got in the classroom, and maybe I just give example explanation because limited by time. I just give example, explain just 3 of the type of social skill. The first is respect. Respect is in the classroom. The lecturer always smile and sometimes made a joke, then make the atmosphere in the classroom is happy, and then always pay attention about the student and attend all the student in the class, and also the end of the lesson, the lecturer give some approach, and he also convey the explanation. He always and give attention when his students speak in front of the class, talk the thing discussed are not interesting. So based on that is the type of social skill are impact of the teaching speaking is respect, because respect is a good attitude in egg and always being kind to everyone. And the second, please, the second example is this is I got the responsibility because based on the interview, lecturer gave the individual assignment to teach students able to speak in front of the class, and he give opportunity, and they also accept the risk and the second chance to repeat when the students can't speak in front of the classroom fluently. And so the lecturer give a second chance for every student who don't speak, and the students also carry out what lecturer and say or request. And then based on the explanation, the impact of social skill are in teaching speaking by the lecturer is responsibility, because responsibility is the attitude behavior of the some carry out their obligation that must be done to themselves and their social environment. And then next, directly maybe we jump to the second findings, directly in the second findings, because it's limited by the time. Okay, discipline, next. Okay, okay, or maybe the number 12 is about communication skill. Maybe the 12, the communication skill, education making, and then communication skill. Okay, I a little bit explanation about this. Okay, based also again based on the interview, The lecturer answered the most important thing is that can make the students have a good communication skill. So the lecturer told the student to choose the right words and good ones when speaking, and good tone pressure, and always be able to make atmosphere happy for themselves and for the others. So in here, the impact of social skill in teaching speaking is communication skill, because communication skill is the capital of the key to success in the social environment, and so that it can build the good relation in the classroom. And then next, the second findings.
3 minutes left.
Okay. Okay, the second finding is the impact of lecturer social skill in student speaking skill. Okay, next. Okay, in here, the impact of lecturer social skill in student speaking skill. The first is more self-confidence, and the second is more student want to be a public speaker, and the third is more better relationship, and the four is better communication, and the five is greater efficiency, and the six is increased overall happiness, and the last is seven is more empathy. And then we jump to the conclusion, because that is the second findings and the conclusion. Okay. Okay, in the conclusion, which is present, the first problem statement is how ELT lecturer recognize important development students' social skill in the teaching of speaking. Based on the interview, which was accompanied the observation, the researcher found the social skill in impact in teaching speaking are a respect, responsibility, discipline, creative thinking, self-confidence, collaborative, and honest. And the second findings is problem statement is how does the impact of lecturer social skill and student speaking skill. Based on the result interview of the student lecturer answer the impact are and relate, which is cannot separate between speaking and social skill. Social skill as the complement of a speaking student who can be bring the ideas, critical thinking, and all of that.
1 minute left, excuse me.
Okay, and then the last is the verbal and communication, verbal and non-verbal communication skill. Okay, I think enough my presentation today. Thank you very much for the kind attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the following three speakers, for your very eye-catching slideshows to us. And now we are reaching the Q&A session. So let's make some sound debating forum. Argumentations are allowed as long as you do not speak out harassing words. So let's just make a good networking here. So for the first speaker, Mrs. Anna, are you still here? Mrs. Anna? Anna Nur Awalia? Mrs. Anna Nur Awalia?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, where's your face?
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay.
Are you simultaneously doing other activities while Zooming with us?
Yes, actually, I have another Zoom with LPDP Center, or we have a meeting, but that's okay. Do we have to answer the question right now? Directly?
Yes, of course. Could you please show yourself to us, or should I sing Elsa's song, Show Yourself?
Well, thank you, Miss Moderator.
All right, so you are successfully packing up 3 questions for your first turn. That's right. I'm a fan of Elsa's, Olaf, and Anna. That's well. So, Mrs. Anna, you are currently picking up 3 questions, so they're expecting
I have 3 questions already?
Yes, that's
seriously
right. The first one is from...
I'm only looking 1 question here by the chat.
Because 2 of them chat me thoroughly in private. So I'm
privately?
sorry.
Well, you guys have it privately.
Has an exclusive right.
Well,
yes, of course. This is my exclusive right for being a moderator, where I can see a private chat to me while you are just seeing the common ones. All right. Coming
Okay,
to
thank
the
you.
first questions from Mrs. Ria. Mrs. Ria, are you here?
Make sure that the question
Mrs.
is
Ria
easier for
Jubari.
me to answer.
OMG. We believe that you are expert in this. All right, Miss Ria Jubari, she's wondering what kind of genre of text that you used in your study, while Mrs. Mrs. Indasari, are you here? Mrs. Indasari? All right. Mrs. Indasari is wondering how long did you conduct your research, especially in tackling with these 3 problem statements? And the last one, coming from Mr. Akbar. He's asking to what extent the utilization of call, should I mention it call or CALL or CALL?
Call. It's easier.
Call. All right. Okay.
Yes,
To what
compared
extent
to
the utilization of
call.
call can stimulate students' autonomous learning instead of their skill, especially English
Okay.
skills? That's all.
Very tough question. Should I read book first?
Oh yes. OMG. Okay.
Well,
Please, time is yours.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but I prefer to answer the last question. The last question by
Please answer them.
Mr. Akbar, ya? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Akbar, are you here?
Mr. Akbar.
Mr. Akbar, you can turn on your
Hello,
microphone.
Mr. Akbar.
There might be some extension
You
for
have
you.
a very
Where's Mr.
general
Akbar?
question.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing you.
Hello,
Where's Mr. Akbar?
Thank you very much for asking a question, raising a question for me. A very general question to answer your question, yeah. But maybe I can take it into my specific field. Well, okay. Okay, sorry. This is a very general question for me, but I can take it into my specific research, specifically writing aspect, because I cannot guarantee, or I don't research on the 4 aspect of English. I only focus on writing skill. So since it is about web-based learning, education learning or e-learning, of course it will be fit or match on the student's learning style. So if that's about learning, independently learning style, or just you previously mentioned that learning autonomy or independent learning, of course it will be match or fit in online learning itself, because when we do online learning, it means that we independently learning without without a face-to-face with teacher. So but in that aspect, for me, in my 6 meetings running that online, I don't really directly let them be independently at all. So I allow myself to give them feedback. Like I have them into peer feedback, and I have them with my feedback, or teacher feedback and peer feedback. So they have feedback. They have feedback in their online platform, and they have feedback with me directly or privately. So yes, if you ask me to what extent, I cannot measure, because that's too general and that's too extent or too big to answer that question. But I can make sure, I can guarantee by my research that their writing skill improve or significantly improve by measure their score. So I compare their pre-task and post-task. So I get like, wow, they significantly improve. I mean their skill or their writing text by seeing or looking their writing from meeting 1 until meeting 6, like that. Okay, so that's for.
All right. What about the other two questions? What about the other two questions? Mrs. Ria asked you.
Can you please pardon me for the first question because I don't really catch it.
All right.
That's
Yeah, no problem.
clear.
No problem. All right. Mrs. Ria asked you what kind of genre of text that you used in this study.
Oh,
That's from
genre
Mrs.
of
Ria.
text.
The genre of
Descriptive
text.
Yes, I use
Descriptive
descriptive text.
And what about the
descriptive text?
And how long did you conduct this research, especially to
1 year.
answer all these problem statements? A year.
1 year.
And you did it in Yogyakarta?
Yes, 1 year. Because I need to see the the process. So I have the process and I have their result. So I can measure that one. If I don't see the result, I cannot guarantee whether their skill is actually their real skill, not actually associate with their motivation and their perception. So to see their motivation, to see their perception, I need to correlate all combination, their score, their mean score, their motivation and their perception through questionnaire and then through test. That's why.
So I believe that you have faced so many hassles during this research in Yogyakarta.
Yes.
Right?
But that's okay. That's fun because we have the classroom in the online one, and also I researching hybrid and researching teaching hybrid and also online teaching. Those are my focus. So I enjoy it.
Oh, that sounds great. Okay, Mrs. Indah Sari, Mrs. Rajubari, and Mr. Akpa, perhaps you would like to extend your questions? No?
No. Thank you for the answer.
Okay.
It's really,
thank
it's really great that you use 1 year for just this research. It's really good. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Very great.
So thank you so much, Mrs. Ana Nur Awalia. You can continue zooming with Mr. Ronald Silaban.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I have. Can I? Sorry, allow me. Can I out from the Zoom because or just stay at the Zoom without camera off the cam. I mean,
if it's possible, please stay. If it's possible, please stay.
Well, thank you.
Have the second session after this.
I just off the cam,
you so much.
And the voice. Thank you, guys.
All right. So coming to the next questions to Mrs. Indah Sari. Yep. Mr. Apriliana. Wait, Miss Apriliana.
Okay.
Miss Apriliana?
Yeah, okay, hello?
Hello.
Okay.
All right, we got a question from you from Mr. Adam.
Okay.
So he's wondering what references that you refer to decide the 12 social skills in your list.
Okay.
And the second one coming from Mrs. Ana Nur Awalia.
Okay.
All right, our first speaker is wondering something about you. How do you measure the bias? How do you measure the bias from the social skills impact? Here's the questions, please.
Okay, the first is the 12 social skill that is based on Kemendiknas 2013. Okay, that's the answer based on the Kemendiknas 2013.
All right, Mr. Adam, do you have an extension? Do you have an extension? No? All right, thank you.
No.
Then the next question, please.
Okay, the next question is
the measurement that you use to avoid the bias.
Okay, the measurement I used to this research is actually this is from observation, interview, and field note and documentation. this is the step by step. The first is a classroom observation, which is I entering in the classroom, but I'm not directly in the. I just saw from my the some of the students, and then I use a field note in the classroom, and I make sure the interview in the field note is the same, and then the last is documentation that the measurement in my research. Okay.
So
And
you
I
have
use
guaranteed that
descriptive.
there is no bias in your research. There is no bias. I think that what she meant as bias is such a subjective proposition. What about that?
Actually, I can guarantee this research is based on my observation, my interview and field note and documentation, because there are 4 parts of the descriptive qualitative technique. And then I just got the 12 of the type of social skill, which is a combination again. And then the second findings, which is I got so many interview about the subject of my research and tell about their self, the deep interview, and I can guarantee there is no like best. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So for the last question, we have a new question for you from Mr. Halil Hamza. Please hang in there. All right, here question you regarding the social skills in speaking. What social skills did you find in your research, and what special method or assessment technique of speaking skills that you use for the students?
Okay. Actually, what I got from these findings, the first is maybe there is an social skills based on the Kemendiknas 2013, and that's why we can a combination with the second findings I got from my research about the impact of lecture social skill in student speaking skill, which is with the interview of the student and some observation, which is the most of the student answering with more self-confidence. I got the new one, and like a better communication, increase the overall happiness and more empathy to the other students, and especially for the lecturer. Okay, and then the next question.
Okay.
There are 2 questions, right? And then a special what? Could you repeat again, please?
Special assessment.
Special
assessment method, assessment technique.
One method that you use to measure the student speaking skill.
Okay, this the special method into measurement the speaking skill of the students. Okay, this is there are technique of data analysis. The first is special for data reduction. I give them guide the objective achievement, objective qualitative research finding, which is a focus of interview the lecturer and interview the student, and documentation and transcribing the data. And the second is this data display. I present the data and will continue the display with the I code based on the make sure the observation and my file note is can verified. And the last is my conclusion, the finding of this descriptive qualitative, and which is description picture, the interview, and there are I'll checking the number of the my observation and interview. That's the special to get the data analysis. Okay. Okay.
Follow up from you, for Mrs. Antini.
The special method to assess the speaking skill not to analyze the data, because I want to know the technique to
okay, the technique.
assess.
Okay, because okay, thank you so much for these questions. Because this is the lecture because this is the lecture I got some the social skill that transfer to the students, how they motivate especially the students to know this speaking skill. Based on that, they have the good materials and method in the classroom. They give the students like there are 8 topic of to make sure they motivate them to speak, so it's easier for me also to know the social skill and the speaking skill of the students, like the topic like guessing the object, and then about talking about activity, and then talking about something that make you like sad, angry, cry, like that. So that motivate them to easier to speak English.
Okay, it's beyond to the grammatical aspects in speaking. It is new for me, the social skill in speaking. So, what aspect, according to the theory you show this morning, what are the social skill?
Okay, actually, the social skill, according to Com and Salby, in 1898, is social skill to transfer our skill, which is a mix other people is empathy and happy around us, and the social skill actually there is more specific. We can now about the verbal and non-verbal communication skill.
Yeah.
Okay.
For example, the using the body language like that.
Yes, language,
Yeah.
gesture, and the of intonation of the voice, and then uh, how to treat the other people. Okay, like that.
Okay. Because we have to differentiate between the grammatical aspect and social skill in speaking.
Okay, 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 sir.
That's our focus to assess the student, to assess the skill of the student in speaking. If we assess the student, focus on the grammatical speaking, grammatical aspect, how they apply the language grammatically, and relating to the situation that they are speaking. Because different from the social speaking. Social speaking, social aspect, social skill is very different.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for Mr. Hamza and Mrs. Antini Apriliana. So I think both social and cognitive aspects are inseparable, and we have to combine them to come along all the way together so we can afford the purpose of our national education altogether. All right, so I'm just curious with our third speaker, Mrs. Almini Indahsari. From Alauddin Makassar. So, hi, Mrs. Almini. Perhaps I should call you Mrs. Indah.
Yeah.
Mrs.
Anything you want.
Okay. So, yes, your idea regarding the task-based language teaching. This is one of useful method that most of the teachers use during their class, during this classroom activities. So, I just wondering what's your point of view during the utilizations of this so-called TPLT during this pandemic era? Because I witnessed that most of the students, they are still getting mounting works, mounting daily tasks, even if they do not directly come to school.
Yes.
Especially in writing English.
Of course, but as we can see, because of the pandemic, every students learn by laptop, by handphone. So that's why all of the teacher usually just give material and then task to the students. But if we didn't properly give them explanation about how to do the task, then there's so much students that didn't understand. They just Google it, so that's why the results come up. So I think it's really not
So
good.
copy and paste.
Yeah, yes, it's really makes the students didn't
But
catch
Steve Jobs,
anything.
you know, Steve Jobs once said that uh, smart is copying, genius is stealing. So I think that copying and pasting is part of way being smart and
Hi,
clever.
hi. It's really difficult because the students, you know, the students nowadays didn't really want to learn, especially by themselves. Even if they go to school, it's really what? I don't know.
You may continue, please.
Okay. I think maybe the use of task maybe can be used properly if the teachers give much more explanation to the students. But as we can see that there is so much teacher that just give the task directly without even giving explanation to the students because they know that the students will just Google it to search for the result. So that's why it's really uncomfortable for me because I see it like this. So that's why I think it's not really good for this pandemic, of course. So I hope that it's
Yes, and
really
everyone
will
is
improve
getting
for
a
the
headache
next
for
year.
this pandemic, right?
Yes.
All
So
right.
much.
So nice to hear that from you. All right. For all speakers and co-speakers, this is the final of the first parallel session at the first room. And it's time for recess from 12 up to 1. So please, after you finish your recess, please come back directly to this room and we may continue to the second session. Thank you so much for all the speakers, co-speakers, and participants. We're waiting for you for the second session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kasih berputar dulu itu kipas, panas banget.
buat di
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Seems like we are currently experiencing a massive dropping in the number of participants, but let me do the roll call for speakers of the final session of our webinar. All right, please confirm your attendance. Mrs. Herlina Anwar, Mrs. Elni Herniawan Yuniarti.
Yes, I'm
Mrs.
here.
Elni?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Are you ready? Are you ready with your slideshow?
I'm ready.
All right. The last, Miss Sulfaida. No. And we're simply having one additional participant. No, sorry, speaker, Mr. Suharijo Asar, but seems like he's not here yet. So please, I will pass the turn to Mrs. Elni Herdiawan Yuniarti first. You may do your slideshow.
The first.
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon, everyone. Before I start to present my scriptsy, I would like to say thank you for the time that you given to me to in this room. The title of my research is the implementation of extensive reading to improve students' reading comprehension in a grade of MTS Darul Khair Masing. The first is the introduction. In English, there are 4 skills that
Excuse me, Mrs. Elni.
Namely listening,
Mrs. Elni.
speaking, reading, and writing. From the first skill mentioned, reading is one of the skills that must be mastered. Reading is something someone's personal activities to see and understand writing.
Mrs. Elni, yes? Mrs. Elni, sorry, could you please do your slideshow? Is it possible for you to do the slideshow?
There are still problems among students in learning, especially in understanding the meaning of the text. This problem not only come from among students, but also come from among teachers. Problems from students are little or no mastery of students in vocabulary. It makes difficult for students to know the symbols and the text meaning of also the student interest in the topic given. Problems that come from the teacher are usually related to the methods and techniques that are used during the learning process, making it difficult for students to understand and to understand the meaning of English language text. Okay. The next slide is the object. The objective. Okay, this slide on slide 2. On slide 2, please. The slide 2, okay, thank you. Okay, the objective of my research is to know whether extensive reading can improve students' reading comprehension at a grade of MTS Darul Khair Masing, respectively, or not. And then the research scope of my research is to know whether extensive reading can improve students' reading comprehension at a grade of MTS Darul Khair, respectively, or not. Research design. The research design is use pre-experimental design This design involves a group that is given a pre-test, given treatment, and given post-test. In my research, when I use the conceptual framework of my research is from students' problems. After I know the student problems, I doing a pretest to the student. The pretest is to know the reading comprehension of students, the first reading comprehension of the students. After I know the reading comprehension of students, I give them treatment, or I give them extensive reading treatment to the student in 6 meetings to know the to increase their reading comprehension. After that, after I doing I doing treatment to the student, I give them post test to know the increase from the first after I from the first after I using extensive reading treatment to the student. In my research, I get the result that the students' reading comprehension it increased because the data in the pretest I get point is still low, but after I using treatment in the post test, the students' reading comprehension is increased to excellent. After that, the result. Okay, after that, the conclusion. Based on the data obtained by the research. Okay, conclusion. Based on the data obtained by the researcher present above, it was conclude that using extensive reading strategy in increased students' reading comprehension skill had a significant developmental impact. This can be seen from the pretest result, namely 56.25, and the post-test result, namely 88.33. The difference between the pretest and post-test is 28.33. From all this data, it was concluded that the use of an extensive reading strategy could improve students' reading comprehension skill at a grade of MTS Darul Khair Masing. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
thank you so much,
you.
Mrs. Alni Herniawan Yuniarti, for your work regarding on the implementation of extensive reading to improve the students' reading comprehension of 8th grade at MTS Darul Masing. Did I pronounce it well? MTS Darul Khair Masing.
I can see your voice.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry? All right. So to all the participants, all the speakers and co-speakers, seems like 2 participants have retracted themselves from the list, and the additional one speaker has got the allocation to the next room. So for these final sessions of the first room, we only have Mrs. Ali Herniawan as the presenter. And after this, well, Is anyone having questions to propose to Ms. Elni? All right, if not, please stay and we will directly go to the closing session with the main MC. Thank you so much.
You.
Mara, which room still presenting? Room 2, 3, maybe?
Yes, room 2 and 3.
Okay, can you send the link to us?
Oh,
so
that's good. That sounds good.
Some of us can move. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.